Hey everybody, how's it going out there? Welcome back to my channel where we build apps on stream. We've been working with the new Xcode 3, the Xcode Beta 3 for, let's try this again. We've been working with Xcode 14, Beta number 3, which is planning to be launched in September by Apple. And we've been working on a timer app. If you missed it yesterday, we were working on keyboard firmware for custom keyboards, and that was a lot of fun. Some of the maintainers of QMK stopped by, and that was a blast. The VODs are on YouTube as usual. Um, Today we're back to Xcode 14 Beta 3, and I think it was Friday or so we worked on creating a new timer screen um, that would show up in our app. Um, but I guess my latest idea is, sometimes when you start a timer, um, you don't always start it on time. Kind of like how I don't always start a sentence. I sometimes start a sentence in the middle of my thought. Sometimes food is on the fire, food is cooking away, and I haven't started a timer yet. So what then? Um, you can quickly start a timer, quickly remember how many minutes you need, estimate how many minutes have gone already. What if you could just start a timer and you could um, keep track of when things are happening, and like sort of like build a timeline as you go instead of enforcing a countdown. Sort of perhaps a count up timer. Um, so I think I'd like to kind of explore that idea today and see where that lands us. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe it will fail fail miserably. Um, Either way, I'm thinking it's going to be kind of like a button at the bottom of the screen here, say like quick start or something like that. Um, so let's start with that. Uh, we'll do a vertical stack, and we'll have a button at the bottom. Call it quick start. And what's quick? Electricity. Let's see if there's a good symbol in SF symbols for quick. Fast, air, lightning. App. There's no like lightning bolt or something. There we go. Bolt or bolt fill, bolt heart, field. Um, oh, now all of a sudden there's a lot of bolts. There's even horizontal bolt. Um, let's keep it simple with bolt. And then let's go ahead and see what we are looking like. Yeah, I want to pin this. Maybe this should have a prominent style. Oh, that's the wrong button. This one. max with dot infinity. There we go. Now we got a quick start button. So how should we implement this? Let's see. Quick start timer for a dish already in progress. So I guess the timer records that we have already are for countdown timers. Um, Maybe that's not the right thing for what we have here. It's like we want a timer that's going, and yeah, I guess that might be a different kind of a model, like a count up or I'm not sure. I guess we can define a function. Button can call it, but what should it do? I guess what we want to see is we want to see a new timer that's like going and counting up. Um, I guess that would be a row in the database of a new type. Um, called a quick timer, in progress timer, count up timer. Um, Stopwatch is, I guess, another name that people use for count up timers. I think that's what the native app calls it. Yeah, it calls it a stopwatch. Um, iPhone. I don't like all the connotations about it though. I guess it is kind of similar. So we'll use this name for now. Oh, stopwatch record, I guess is how I refer to these. So let's define this. It's going to be identifiable, it's going to be codable, and to store it in the database, we'll use GRDB, like everything else that we've been using. That also means it's going to be a persistable record, it's going to be a table record, and it's going to be a fetchable record. These are GRDB interfaces. Okay, the database table name will be stopwatch. And again, not completely sold on this name, but I do like that it's one word, whereas count up timer or in progress timer are don't roll off the tongue as so just like our other records will have it'll have its own ID. And it's a single value container is how it works. And I am going to do a quick copy paste modify on this. We're going to extend it on stopwatch, and it's otherwise going to be exactly the same code. I wonder if there's a way that we could extract this, since we've 3 files that are identical at this point. This is the sort. Oh, and I guess it's stopwatch record. But that's sort of a topic for another day. It's only 30 lines. It's not screaming for cleanup at the moment. It's just, you know, gently asking for cleanup at the moment. As an ID, probably going to have a start time, which will be the new instant type in iOS 16, which is an alias for the continuous clock instant. And what else? I guess nothing else for now, although I predict we'll need a little helper to get the current duration. And duration is also a type alias for the new type in iOS 16 for duration. As you can see, it's a bit of a mouthful, and so type alias was in order. I think this will do it. Get the start instance minus the now instance. Does that compile? It does. Wonderful. I wasn't sure if I was going to have to convert some types, but that's really neat. Good job, Apple. And we're going to need an is stopped or something like that. Um, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, so to show stuff in the database, we have a record, so we can create one of these. I think we said it was here. And it looks like it'd be really nice to have the interface to just be like create one, because it's going to be, just a regular UUID, and the start is going to be now. Like, this is how it's going to be. Um, let's define an initializer for it with defaults. And we'll assign the fields over. Now, instead of typing this all the way out, they're both defaults. So this compiles, it'll default to now, and this compiles, it defaults to a new UUID with the new with the current start time. And I can see we're kind of we'd want to do something like new.save in a database with a try, and then we probably want to put this in a task to make this async. And yeah, this is getting a little big to put right here in the view. So we could take one of two approaches, and maybe even actually do both of them. We can move this quick start to we can make a stopwatch repository, just like the run repository. It has a few helpers that we end up calling on these records a whole bunch of times. In addition, this button is now taking as much space as all the navigation Chrome. So maybe this button, this quick start button, needs to needs to be in its own view. uh, I'm kind of leaning on, yeah, maybe both. So let's move this to its own view. Call it the quick start button. Is a view, and views have some body. And then let's paste this in here. We'll cut this out, a quick start button, and then paste the what we just cut into here. It doesn't have this function. No worries, we can also bring that over. And then we still need to implement all that save stuff. And we'll get to that in a moment, of course. Now the body is much cleaner. And actually, this timer add button might actually need the same, could use the same treatment. Probably doesn't need it, but I think that would be nice to keep this area clear. Maybe we can put a new group called buttons. Put the quick start button in there. Just buttons for this screen, just to keep things somewhat organized. A quick detour to make this in its own file as well. Import SwiftUI, construct timer add button is a view. Paste in what we copied, which means this can be a timer add button instead of what we copied out. And now looks like nothing is using this the root nav model here. Bring that over here. And I guess we were used to show the ad screen as a presentation, but I think it's just pushed on. So we can actually delete this sheet. This isn't being used anymore, which cleans up this view even further. Oh man, SwiftUI is amazing. Look at this. Timer grid screen, what to do? Get all the timer records. Show them to the timer grid. We have a quick start button in a VStack, which is padded and has a title and a toolbar. It's and we're still compiling. Wonderful. Okay, so coming back to quick start button, we need to perhaps not perhaps, we need to have this saved to the database. So let's grab the database out of the environment. And this is the app database directly? I think I need to say the key. database writer type from grdb. Cool. So now we have a reference to the database. Inside of our action, we can save it to the database. So let's say app database write. And this will open a write transaction. And we can try await this and try save the new record. Cool. So now that we're saving things in the database, we probably want to show them on the screen. Do we want to mix in the count up timers with the sort of the quick timers that are already saved? Should it be its own section? I'm going to start with its own section, and we'll see what we discover along the way. Let's go back to the timer grid screen. Perhaps we'll have something like a stopwatch grid right after it. That perhaps receives stopwatch records. Which perhaps would be a query, just like this one that matches. So we're making a little bit of work for ourselves here. We need to create all this stuff before we see something in the screen. Just perhaps a little unfortunate. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We want to make sure that our UI drives our data. Instead of passing in stopwatch records from the database, um, let's just create a stopwatch grid and sketch out what we can do. We're still on the a timer grid screen. Let's make a subfolder here for now, and we'll see. Still not sure if this is going to be on the same screen or what. So let's put it as a subview for now. And we'll see what we discover. Right, so I think I want it to look kind of like the timer grid cell. And we have like a template for it that we actually factored nicely. This has nothing to do with timers. Um, we can have perhaps a grid. I guess it'll probably be a lazy grid. Uh, Grid is new in iOS 16, I believe. That's for when you know exactly what you want to say. But we know we're going to be getting stuff out of the database. So we're going to have a variable number of items, which currently does not play well with the grid format. Columns, it's going to be 3. Keep the same column number, I guess, for now. Ooh, really did more than I was expecting. Let's see, for now, we'll say that it's a cyan background, I guess. There'll be no action, no detail action. We can define some content on this thing. Again, we're just sketching stuff out to see if this is a good idea. So the error is that there isn't anything in here. So if we say something like this, that should calm down the compiler. Yes, so let's do maybe 4 of these. Or let's see, rather, yeah, let's do 4 of these and let's see what it looks like as 2 grids on top of each other on the screen. Cannot find stopwatch grid. Oh, I think it just needs to get a little nudge. Okay, so let's put a spacer here at the bottom. Does that help? Oh, it's still pushing down these new timers. I guess that's that okay. I wonder if timer grid and stopwatch grid should essentially be the same view. We're not quite there yet. So let's stub something out. We can say stopwatch records and start moving towards what we would show. We have a bunch of perhaps stopwatch records. And I guess if we have 2, and maybe we'll say one started a little bit further ago. Can I say -10? Is that going to? It won't. Oh, right. It's a say what unit is. We'll say then we'll loop through these. So I haven't changed the inner content yet. Let's make sure we didn't break anything. Oh, we see 2, just like there's 2. So then we probably want to show the current time being updated, right? We would say we have a duration view. Yeah, we have a duration view that'll take a timer. We also have a duration view that's sort of more direct. This would be the current duration of the stopwatch, and we defined that earlier. Is showing hours. Let's say false for now. And do we want to make this? Maybe we want to make this opposite sign. So it's stopwatches count up. Let's recompile. Yeah, okay. But then we also need it to count up, I guess. We make an active duration view. We made an active cell that has a timer. Right, so it might be time to add a timer to our stopwatch grid to tell it to recompute the current duration, which means it's time to make a cell for stopwatch grid. And for now, we'll just put it right here. It's going to be a view, takes a stopwatch record. It's going to have these these internals. I'm going to still use the same template. I'm going to still call current duration. Well, I guess current duration would be a state variable. Is that how we did it on ActiveCell? We had a timer publisher with a current duration. Yeah, that worked well. Let's we have a timer publisher which emits every half second. And we'll use it to fill in our duration. So we'll say on receive of this publisher, timer publisher. We don't care the output. We're just going to recompute the duration. So we'll say duration equals stopwatch current duration. I guess we could call that like elapsed duration, perhaps. Okay, so these still aren't counting in either direction. Oh, because we haven't hooked it up yet. We're still using kind of the full the byte that we copied in. We're still using it here. We didn't start using the cell. So let's use the cell. Pass in the stopwatch. And I guess the initial duration can be 0. Now if I rebuild the preview, you can see that it's counting up. But it's not blinking like these. So let's add that blink in as well. So currently we manage it the Boolean on the name of the cell. It's not as interesting. It should go towards the bottom. And then in the on receive, I believe we update it. That's, yeah, we toggle it with an animation. Oh, and here we do get the, there we go, now it's this is something we can probably extract into something shared. As yeah, 2 places are using it now, but we're not quite ready to do that yet. It's not quite thinking at the moment. Let's run this in the simulator. Oh, it's such a weird bug. Oh, I've got something going on down there. Wonder what that is. But this duration can come directly from the stopwatch initialized. Let's do that real quick as well. We don't need to wait for the timer. We can just start it with current elapsed duration. Not quite blinking, huh? This one is. I wonder if I take off the with animation. So that's a more yeah, that's not animated. I think I like it slightly better. Let's take it off the other one as well. That's something we can, of course, tweak as we. Oh, what doesn't build? As we discover how this app works. It says that it built, succeeded. So then, what is the problem with the preview? Let's see what we can do to restart this canvas situation. Hide the canvas and bring it back in. Oh, right, it's not on this screen. It's on. Who has the preview? I just had it on root nav. It's funny, these are a little out of sync. This is not blinking at all, even though they're using the exact same code. But that's kind of an aside for what we're doing. We want to get quick timers in the database and explore that feature. Quick timers, aka stopwatches. Right. All right. Right now it's come on. You didn't. They failed to build. I saw you build. Put it in the simulator. We got this little guy going on right here. I wonder what that is. something behind the quick start still is cyan. Guess we can search for cyan. Only using it here. That is weird. Where was? Well, tell me what it thinks it is. Focus. Bug navigator. I changed this to green, or I think I'm not using yellow anymore. Yeah, that comes out as yellow too. Almost like it's getting too many cells or something. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, how's it going? How's your day going? We have two records. We have two cells. Let's see, if we just say, we comment this out and just say text, and we run this, this is just so surprising that we're getting these extra views. Yeah, I don't quite see them. Put the template back on. Does this need a container around it? It shouldn't. So weird. Okay, let's come back to that. So right now, if I click quick start, it's like nothing happens. Let's implement that. Actually, I thought we did. Oh, I bet it's an error getting us. Was our buttons? We had a quick start button, and yeah, let's put a do catch around this so we can see what the error is. And I know what it's going to be. Take a look. Error. Start. We get no such table stopwatch. Yes, so let's add that to our migrations. We can copy paste from the another table we have here. We have an ID, and because it's a UUID, we save it as a blob in the database. No associated timer right now. We haven't even thought about extended duration. We do have the idea of started at, which we called start. We actually changed that name actually, to be consistent with other stuff that we made. Let's go ahead and update our record. started at. And then because in Swift we say started at uh, capital, but in SQL we're giving it the name of coded underscore at. You can define coding keys to do that translation. Whenever it tries to reference started at, it'll use started underscore at instead when talking to the. Ami says, real app or just playing around and learning? A little of both. I have several published apps on the App Store, but with the Xcode Beta coming out, I wanted to get ahead of the curve um, and try out some of the new features in the context of making a real app. So a little bit of both. Um, in my Discord, we were talking about app ideas, and if there were some few ideas around timers, and it seemed like a good fit for something that would be useful to me and some of the other viewers, and also be useful for um, exploring the Xcode beta. We're using a couple new things. For example, this duration type that we're using to keep track of the duration of timers is new in iOS 16. It's part of the continuous clock API. Okay, cool. We're also using the new navigation stack. Keep track of our navigation paths. And I think there was another new feature we were using. We tried out Grid, which is new in iOS 16, but it wasn't quite the right fit for us because the grid is for when you know exactly how many things you're going to be showing. Um, but from the database, it could be any number of things. So we went back to using a lazy VStack. And oh yeah, we're using the new layout API in iOS 6. It's a little funky, but it enables stuff that was very difficult in iOS 15. So thumbs up so far. Can't wait for the improvements. The improvements being the code that they showed at WWDC doesn't compile in Xcode Beta 1, 2, or 3. You have to do a little bit of tweaks to it. A massive tree view there. Massive tree view there. Okay. All right, so we're renaming start to started at. So let's complete this rename. We should get one more failure. Yes, when we initialize our fixture temporary code to see something in our simulation. But quick start. Oh right, it didn't run. Let's delete the app to force a database migrations to run. This app is not published yet, so I want to keep the migrations somewhat clean. Okay, so we're not getting the error, but we're also not showing anything new in the screen because we're saying the stopwatch records directly. What we want to do is have this actually get records from the database. Not easy to work with. Deep tree view, I mean. Oh, oh, the view debugger. Yeah. uh, yeah, I was trying to figure out where these little phantom views are coming. It's something that I wrote today, obviously, because they weren't there. Last time I worked on this app was Friday. Um, Yesterday we did something else on stream. Um, yeah, I don't know where these are coming from. It's so odd. They're coming from somewhere. uh, we'll do some view debugging. Like, yeah, you click the this little layers thing. If you hover it, it says debut debug view hierarchy. Debuts the debug view hierarchy. So let's make a little bit of a query to get the current stopwatches to show. We'll just call it the all query. It's going to look exactly like the one we have on timer record. Copy paste modify. So instead of timer record, we're getting stopwatch records. It's an all query, which inherits a list, which is a helper that we defined around GRDB to do a lot of the repetitive work for us. Give its default value based on a generic parameter, and it creates the publisher, which tracks fetch. And of course, we say instead of timer record fetch all, we say stopwatch record return stopwatch record. Completed, very nice. So let's add this to our screen. This is the code we had typed just before. We wanted to make sure the view looked somewhat okay before getting too far into the database. But then we can pass in these stopwatch records to the stopwatch grid, and we can remove the constants we defined to get stuff really from the database. So let's run this again. Found, oh, because I clicked that button a lot, right? And if I click more, we get thousands and thousands of stopwatch records. Interesting. Yeah, we want to make it easy for folks to create stopwatch timers because we're imagining the case where you put something on the stove and forgot to start a timer. So just I want to make a new timer and keep track of it tasted right here. It got to this temperature at this point in time. Yeah, having so many of these is going to be weird. Do we want to limit it to 3 active timers? Probably not. We want to hmm. What if we just like removed the timer grid from this screen? You can see all your active timers. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna I'm definitely gonna accidentally start timers. I want to make it easy to undo something, I guess, right? If we want to make it easy to start something, but then easy to sort of stop and delete it as well. See, so perhaps tapping it would stop it, and then once it's stopped, you can go in and delete it, or just maybe long press on it to delete it. We had problems with the long press gesture and the on a button. That's kind of why we have a button inside of a button with the info button and the button. These are both buttons. We wanted to do a long press to get info on our other timers, and that SwiftUI was not having it. Also, I don't like the scroll view indicator coming in so quickly, and I know how to take care of that real quick. see, the padding shouldn't be here. I guess each item is going to need to take care of its own padding. Um, is it taking up half the screen now? Oh, because I put the timer grid back. Right. There we go. Scroll indicators in the right spot. I feel like if I was cooking something sort of in discovery mode, um, tapping it would want to sort of mark a lap, and I guess clicking on the info would be to I am ready to name it. I'm ready to sort of give more intentions to what I started, um, and perhaps I could even delete it from inside of there. I guess we can make an inspect screen. I guess we called it detail for the timer detail. Watch detail screen. And I think our other detail screens just took an ID. Is that true? Let's take a look. Yeah, just the ID. And for now, just to wire everything up, let's just print the ID. And then we'll get into what we discussed. I can call description on this. Cool. So I think we're ready to define the detail action, which is going to be, um, navigate to the detail screen. So we can get our navigation model. I guess we'll need that out of the environment. Environment nav model. I think we called it rootnav.model. Then I guess I'll need to define a new function on this. Nav model show not the run ID, not the timer ID, I guess the stopwatch. Stopwatch that we want to show is, oh, just the one we have on hand. Perfect. So go ahead and define this on nav model. Our nav model wraps the new navigation path in iOS 16. Is this my paste buffer? It is. Cool. The type is stopwatch record. And the type of ID is ID. Append showtime stopwatch. So we'll need to add a new case to our screen enum, which keep tracks of all the screens. This is going to help us with deep linking in the future, publishing universal links as well. failed. Switch should be exhausted. Right, so this is the helper we defined for our routing. And it's nice that when we added a new screen, compiler tells us, hey, let's do something here. This would be the stopwatch detail screen we just talked about. We give it the ID that was associated. Now, if I tap the detail screen, looks like the navigation is coming on through. So we can start to show current duration in there, maybe have a field to edit the name so that there's now intention behind what we're keeping track of, and of course a delete button. Let's start with the delete button because there's so many of these. Let's command click over to the stopwatch detail screen. I guess this will be a stack of items, and navigation title, I guess, would be stopwatch detail. We don't have a name. If we do have a name, maybe we'll want to say name in there. We'll see how it goes. And then how do we want to do, should this be like on the top right? Should this be a big button right in the center? I guess for our purposes, it's the most, for our purposes right now, it's the most important thing. And of course we can move it as the app continues to grow. And we'll use a SF symbol, which is the system image initializer, and say it's trash. I think that's fine for delete. Put this at the bottom. We can get file prominent, and I feel like tint it red. Oh, that's how you tint it red. Tint red. Cool. Doesn't do anything yet. How do you update the timer? Mean sort of the count up? Yeah, we wrote that kind of just before you joined the stream. We can go back just a little bit. We have our stopwatch grid, which has a list of cells. Cells are right here in the same file for now. Each cell has a timer publisher. Timer publisher is a combine publisher hooked up to a timer. We set the interval to every half second. So then we can do an on receive whenever this publisher fires. Whenever this publisher fires, we update the current duration from the stopwatch. And this is a helper. We're able to do use, I guess minus is overloaded between now is an instant, one of the new types in iOS 16. Started at is also an instant. So we do a little bit of math there to get a new duration. This duration we pass down is saved as a state. Pass it down to a duration view, which just shows a static duration. When we pass it in with a we pass it in with a duration, and it breaks up the duration into its units, which is a type we define to help us keep track of hours, minutes, seconds, and if it's positive or negative. And the duration view uses those units. If it's negative, show a minus for now. If we're showing hours, display the hours, and then the separator, display the minutes, display the seconds. And these are small little view builders that show a digit view. And each each unit has a way to get the last digit and the penultimate digit. Um, we also keep track of if it's the most significant digit. Um, I guess for like all these, it's been a few minutes, so the most significant digit is the minutes. We're minutes into what we're doing. But if we start a new timer, the most significant digit is the seconds. Like we're 3 or 4 seconds in, that's what we want to draw our eyes to when we use this. Um, and that's the same idea behind hiding hours. If there's no hours yet, we just hide it. But if we, count up towards several hours, like this has been going 5 hours, we really want to highlight um, the roast pork has been roasting for 5 hours. It's you don't really care about seconds at that point. Oh, actually, come to think of it, maybe we should hide seconds once we get into like the 5-10 hour range. I guess that's something to keep in mind for the future. In chat, timer scheduled with time interval, dispatch queue made in sync. Yeah, I guess that's how we would do it in UI kit. And we could probably still do it in a similar way here if we wanted to. Um, but SwiftUI has a nice integration with the what's it called? Has a nice integration built for it for doing exactly this. So I thought that would be nice to use for here. Um, although I wonder if the async streams that were new in iOS 15, if that's something we could do here, since Apple seems to be there's not really anything new in Combine this year, and I guess come to think of it, nothing new in async streams unless I missed it. So it's kind of up in the air on which approach uh, I guess Apple is recommending. It seems. Um, it does feel weird to keep track of the duration as a state here. Um, and I guess it's nice because we just pass it into the duration view, which is currently a constant. Um, and any animation happens outside of it helps us reuse the duration view across the kinds of cells that we're showing. But yes, you are right. That's what you would do for UIKit and possibly also for SwiftUI, though I haven't tried that approach directly in SwiftUI. Let's see. Um, hopefully that answers your question. If not, free to ask further questions. Right, we're working on delete. That was in quite a few windows open. I think it was on the stopwatch. Yeah, we hadn't implemented delete yet. Um, but before we do that, let's put a commit breakpoint. We did a lot so far already. Let's see. We started on stopwatch. We're saving them to the database, displaying them in a grid. And we also hooked up navigation to the details screen. Pushing that to GitHub. I'm thinking maybe you already get access to viewer questions with subscription, but I'm thinking maybe I'll make this code available to subscribers as well if folks are interested. Um, let's see. Yes, so delete, because we have thousands and thousands of stopwatches that we so easily created. Probably want to have it scroll down too when creating a new one. Um, right. So we're now adding another method for delete. Um, let's get the reference to the database out of the environment. And then when we tap the button to delete, we want to delete. We'll open up a write transaction, try and wait around it to make it synchronous to not block the UI. And we can say something like stopwatch record. Is there a so I think we do a filter here. We can say something like stopwatch record coding keys, which are the names of the columns. .id equals stopwatch ID, and we can put these on different lines for ease of reading, and we try as well. So many of these, I have no idea if this is working. I guess delete should also kind of go back after, right? Let's delete the app to delete the database and start kind of fresh-ish. We have a timer going. Delete. And it's gone. Okay, that was easy. Let's see. So I'm guessing this detail screen is going to get quite busy. So I would like to move this deletion code to possibly a repository pattern, which is what we started to do with the timer runs. Let's make a new file there. Name it just like the other ones, stop repository. I guess it gets initialized with a write transaction. Just called a database in GRDB. And then we can have some functions on it, like delete. And we can copy the code we wrote right into here. Green. Oh, this is just ID. And here we would say stopwatch repository with write transaction, delete with now I guess that's fine. Oh, we need to try. I guess that's fine, but that doesn't really save us all that much. It's nice that the delete function is now um, separate and easily testable. But I guess from like a UI point of view, I guess it's like what we would actually want is something that is at the bottom for now is something like repo.delete stopwatch ID. I think is what would be a little better, and that would take care of doing the um, doing the asynchronous bit, getting the database, and possibly even showing an error. Um, what would be the best way to model something like that? I guess it would be like another type, because if repos are to just keep track of queries so we can test them, then what would be the right place to cut to make this new type, this sort of UI friendly wrapper? Um, let's see. I guess we can start by thinking out loud a little bit. Maybe we would make this sync, or would we want to make this keep track of the async stuff itself? If it's going to be used by the UI, it probably wants to be async so that, like we were mentioning earlier, we want to first delete and then we want to dismiss. And we can get a dismiss block out of the environment as well. I think it's called dismiss. Yes, and this is new in, I think it's iOS 15. We call dismiss here. Compile. Well, we haven't written this yet. Looks like this thing is not asynchronous, huh? So we just call it, okay? But I guess inside of a button, um, that does something else. I guess in this case, we don't care. Do we care? Well, if there's an error, we kind of do care, huh? Yeah, so I think we keep the, this would be async throws, would be the API. Um, Now we're getting layers on top of layers on top of layers. We have, you know, this layer here of just all of the queries that we're going to be running. Um, Not necessarily the queries, the actions we want to take with the database. Um, we want to coordinate that with an actual connection to the database. What do we call, like, a database view coordinator? Um, Nice, juicy, layery sounding nonsense name like that. Um, Here, wait, sure. And assuming nothing breaks, we want to dismiss. Um, and I suppose this might need to be on the main actor since we're in on a background thread. So let's come back to main, on it. Main actor has no member main. Is it just main actor dot run? Oh, okay. Just cool. And even this feels a little heavy for every view that wants to dismiss from a background thread to do. Um, yeah, just trying to find the right place to do the cutting here. Because I guess once we have a reference to app database, the view has to know about GRDB. What if we put this on something called, we have this app database type. What is it right now? Enum. What if we make this a struct and we say delete ID of, I mean, I guess we're working with stopwatch records right now. Rows. And then could this thing sort of get stuff out of the database? I mean, out of the environment? I don't, I don't think it. I don't exactly know where I'm going yet, which I guess is what the squinty eyes and weird faces is about. Um, I guess I'm thinking that, I guess right now, the way we have it set up is we have a environment value to get the database writer, and the default value is a fixture if we're in preview mode or live otherwise. Um, and then, of course, if we're in production, no kind of debug. Um, we run. Do I want another environment variable, like something like a stopwatch repo? I'm just kind of reusing that name to sketch something out. And this would be the stopwatch repository. Um, and then, yeah, I guess to get it would say um, self.app database and return a stopwatch repository initialized within app database. Oh, but we need to open a a write connection in order to do that. And I want this to be, ooh, this is going to throw. If we force unwrap it for now, then in our detail screen, instead of getting the app database, can we get the stopwatch repo feeds? And then to delete, we say stopwatch repo dot delete by ID. Oh, async functions. Interesting. What if this had a like a helper struct that got stuff that sort of set up a stopwatch repository, kind of like how we did in the environment values. I guess I want something that has this signature. Um, so that I can try await and try. Am I going in too many circles here? Is this like totally not helpful? Let me go just a little bit further. Um, type of expression is ambiguous. I call it stopwatch. Keep it named as stopwatch repo. Um, where was the build failure? Oh, build succeeded. Okay. Then on the detail screen, yeah, I have that signature. I guess what's weird is that this feels very repetitive to this, I guess. Um, I wonder if maybe we should like invert the types. Like, like this commands thing gets initialized with this, and the repository itself gets initialized with this. Um, we still have like all this like you also have delete async throws versus the synchronous delete. Um, it just feels like whenever we add something to here, we're going to have to add something to here, and that is going to end up feeling bad. Just to try to synchronize. Like, what are we actually what are we actually saving here? Um, like, is it helpful to have a synchronous version of delete? We're getting super philosophical, I guess. We haven't needed it yet, I guess. So if we don't need it yet, we don't need to make it yet. Oh, and this needs to explicitly call return for some reason. Because for testing, we don't care if it's synchronous or asynchronous. I think this is fine. Guess this is separate from how we did the run repository, which took an open transaction already. Let's see, what does our code look like or at the usage site? We have a stopwatch repo. We say stopwatch repo.delete. That feels good. I guess that's fine. Formatting stopwatch repo.delete opens up has a reference to the writer, which in our case is either database pool or have you. Um, and it deletes using that ID. Okay. So do we want to make this run repository follow this pattern as well? I really like how um, on this screen it's something we can get out of the environment. Um, oh, I guess does it work? Compiles, does it work? So quick start. We'll have two timers going. Delete one of them. Oh, and the dismiss worked nicely too, by the way. So looks like it worked. Uh, and we can remove import from grdb. Yeah, yeah, I think I like that. I guess the proof would be if we're able to do this run repository in a similar fashion. This also take a database writer instead of a database, and then creates its own write transactions. Async throws needs a close curly and and oh, this needs async. That's what. Cool. So currently we're only calling it from here. So instead of app database, we can say get the run repo. Don't need to do that inside of a database transaction. That looks a lot nicer. So now let's set up this the environment value for that as well. Um, oh, I think I don't need an explicit get here. Build succeeded. Okay, this is kind of nice. This is kind of nice. Now we can get a ready to go repository out of the environment in any view without importing GRDB into our view files. And we get all the power that sort of these reusable methods that we're going to be using. And these are still mostly isolated for testing. Um, I guess this one is not that exciting. I guess one thing that still feels a little disjointed is that we have these queries here that are PureDB queries, um, and we have these repositories. I guess these repositories are one-off actions, whereas these queries are continuously listening to changes in the database. Um, and yeah, those are two different things. So it's okay for them to be two different things because they are two different. Okay, I feel better about that. Okay, that was a nice little refactor. So let's commit what we did there. So we can say we extracted the stopwatch repo, made an environment reference for it, and same for the run repository. Oh, and ooh, we almost committed this thing. This was some scratch stuff along the way. We can discard these changes. Yeah, so now we have two environment variables that are read only. Um, that we can access anywhere in our SwiftUI views. We have the two repositories with commands that we're going to be using uh, to separate the logic out from the view. And we're using it here in the stopwatch detail screen. We updated it on the active cell screen. And the call sites look way better. You can see this change right here really shows that I think this is a better direction of instead of getting a reference to the database pool, creating the run repository with an active transaction, and then calling the command, just get a um, ready to go run repository out of the environment and call the command on it. That's a lot more ergonomic to use. Good stuff. Cool. So before continuing onwards, I'm going to refill my water. I will be right back. Hey, welcome back. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Keith G. Let's see. So right before the refilled my water, we were making quick start timers, and we made it really easy to create a whole bunch. So we wanted to be able to delete them somewhat quickly too. Um, but I think it's time to think about how these things are going to work. Um, I guess. So what's the use case here? I put something on the stove. I didn't already start a timer, so I need to like, oh my god, quickly start a timer. Um, just have something going, and then perhaps later I would want to sort of say, oh, actually, I'm making chicken, I'm making ramen, I'm making whatever it is, and I want to maybe put in an intended time later. So there's the case where I'm following a recipe. Um, let's make some notes here. Um, use cases for stopwatch cooking timers. So the first case I just said was started cooking, got to start timer, and then another use case is sort of discovery, um, like especially with like long cooks, like pork shoulder. Like you can just keep cooking that thing, especially on like low heat. Um, Not necessarily when a timer like when 5 hours goes off. Because 5 hours might go by and maybe I'm not hungry yet. Like let's just keep sending that further. And so I could like remember the start time. Oh, I put it in right when I woke up at 8 o'clock or something like that. Um, and now it's 2 o'clock, so I guess it's been in there 6 hours. Um, is you could remember that, or you know, one of the things for this app is like discovery. Like I've put it in a long time. Um, Now that I'm taking it out, how long was it? And then, make notes on how yummy it was. Or, oh, I wish I had left it in longer. Um, so I guess, long cooking where an exact amount of time doesn't matter. Maybe I shouldn't say doesn't matter. Uh, Maybe I should say where close some of these background windows. Uh, where I'm discovering is flexible. Let me make this a hash list. Oh yeah, there we go. Um, Track of how fall apart it was, how yummy it was. uh, Given the time. And then another case would be the numbered list. Cool. Um, Another thing as far as discovery goes of, yeah, like rice, I guess, is also can be somewhat flexible. Trying a new recipe, or I guess I would say developing a new recipe. technique. Um, and I guess both of these have like notes that you would want to add onto it. Um, I guess you would still want to like get notifications for like, hey, your poke shoulder's been in there 5 hours. Maybe go check on it. Um, and I guess with something like pork shoulder, the discovery you're not as much as a rush as you are if you started cooking with something like ramen and forgot to start a time, where it's like, especially if it's instant, you have like 2 or 3 minutes before you get soggy noodles, so you really want something going. um, is there another case for using a stopwatch? um, see, so I guess for the pork shoulder, I would want to have, check-ins as notes on the timer to refer to for next time. Um, Develop a new technique, like, rice is a little bit more sensitive. Some you go for like 10 minutes, some you go for like 20-25, but usually not longer than, I think, 45 minutes is the longest I've heard of a rice recipe. Um, so I guess like it'd be nice to take pictures with these notes. I guess also with the pork shoulder, like at 2 hour mark it looked like this, at the 4 hour mark it looked like this. Um, but that would that we're not going to do photos today. Um, let's see what else. What's another use case? Let me check the chat uh, Discord. See what was said in there regarding this, since this was an idea we were talking about in my Discord. Yeah, I think I covered all those cases already. Um, okay, so I guess these are the use cases that we're building this for. How to start a timer and kind of a discovery mode. Um, I guess if you started to start cooking but forgot a timer, um, probably have an ideal time in mind already. So perhaps for this case, we would want to convert to a regular timer. Whereas the discovery ones, we just would want to like add check-ins. Um, but I guess this one we already have we already have a concept of a regular timer case though. So perhaps this is something we could do next. Of bring up the this again, like we go here and then we say convert to regular timer with a ideal time of say you know, 5 minutes or something like that, and then we could do some math on behalf of the user and set it to be a regular timer. I guess I guess we already you know, we have a quick start already going. Okay, so how would we do that? I guess kind of what I said earlier was go to the detail screen, and when there's a little convert situation going on. Um, because really, when you have stuff that's cooking already, you just want to start something. You don't want to waste time thinking like, okay, so how many minutes do I have left? You can just start something, then click on a convert button. Okay, I like this idea. Let's go forward with this a little bit. I guess that would be on the stopwatch detail screen. And suppose we'd have a convert button, I suppose. And then what would a good system image be? Let's head over to the SF fonts previewer, sorry, SF symbols. Um, Block. These look kind of boring. Shell crown. So like a transform button. Hurt. What about, is there like a squiggly arrow? Here's a squiggly arrow. Uh, Merge, branch, pull. Lock arrow. Okay, I think this is the one. Look just a little bit further. Yeah, that's fine for now. Sure, we'll get better ideas down the road. This still looks pretty good for convert to timer, though. um, yeah, so if we go to the detail page, let's see, we want to make it a prominent button to regular. Um, yeah, maybe the spacer goes at the top. Looks really strange with the buttons so far away from each other, even though this is not the final layout at all. Oh, now they're too close to each other. Now we're gonna accidentally delete them. Um, Especially since there's no "Are you sure" on the delete button. I mean, I guess instead of having "Are you sure," we can make it easy to undelete stopwatches. Um, I suppose that's something we could think about in the future. For right now, let's try to get something that's useful to people. Let's make this method. We're going to open a database transaction. Oh, and I guess it needs a time to go to. Um, I guess we have this duration picker here. So maybe we want to reuse this. Um, or maybe like convert to regular timer would open this add timer thing with something pre-populated. I mean, it'd be a different title, I guess, and it'd be a different action down here, um, and perhaps a different default. But yeah, we could kind of reuse this screen. Um, and I don't like that whole thing scrolls. You do it on the wrong element. If you want to like turn scroll off for this entire screen, and I'm gonna do that real quick. Um, Timer add screen. Go away. Scroll view. Oh, that scroll view should instead actually be converted to a V stack because there's this bit at the top, which is in a V stack, and then a few other things at the bottom. Failed. What do we got? Oh, because this. Whoa! Now you can scroll the minutes. Oh my goodness. You want to scroll the whole screen or just each label? Oh my goodness. That'll be something we come back to. That is not for today. Woo. I guess that's a subscreen on convert. I guess stopwatch to timer screen. It's going to look very close to the add timer screen. So we'll see what we can reuse in a nice way. Stopwatch to timer screen. Right, so we name the folder just the name of the idea and then name of the screen, name of the file with the screen in it is named screen. You can import SwiftUI. And we can look at our timer add screen. Let's close the other tabs. Oh, not you. For stopping by. Timer ad screen. Yeah, there's quite a bit going on in here. Um, who uses this right now? It's only being created inside of the navigation routing. We could start to extract a template. Um, since we don't know exactly what the outcome is going to be, I'm going to wait on that. I'm going to show some restraint here. Um, Deduplicating too early can really put a damper on things. Um, so what is failing now? Extraneous curly. Okay. Build succeeded. Um, we using this date? I think we got away with. Nice. I'm gonna make those two deletes now. Two on the timer ad screen, so we don't have to think about those later. Nice. Cool. So I guess we have a stopwatch ID, and it loads some details from the current stopwatch to offer some I guess we could keep track of the current elapsed time at the top. You can see the timer, and then the duration would be ideal total duration, perhaps, would be the label, because we're going to do some math on it on behalf of the user. So yeah, I guess this does need a stopwatch ID that it's going to load. Which yeah, I guess if it's not there anymore, then we have to show like not found or something. Which I guess means we could have like in other SwiftUI apps, I made sort of loading help reviews, um, would show one of two items depending on um, if the entity it was trying to load uh, was able to load. Um, let's see, let's organize these files. I guess that would be belong in the database folder. Um, let's see. Uh, well, I guess let's not get too generic just yet. We can say this is a stopwatch loading view. And it'll take a stopwatch ID, and then it'll give us, and we can send it a content block of what to show when nothing's found, and a content block, or I guess it should have its own. We don't want to overburden the people, myself, when I'm using this. Um, but the idea would be like, we could say stopwatch loading view with the stopwatch ID. And then pass all this content down to it. I think that would end right here. And this will keep track of like if let it's going to have a stopwatch that it loads. If let stopwatch else content else show text not found. Passing in the stopwatch. This will be stopwatch in. Yeah, otherwise this gets to have a whole bunch of if let stuff, and it gets repetitive in my experience with other apps. So that's why I'm jumping forward with this. I guess it looks like an eager refactoring, but from experience, it's been helpful on other apps I've made. I'm gonna try jumping straight to it with this. I guess even as I say that out loud, I guess we want the default duration to be something other than 30 seconds. I want to knit it to like a minute more at least of what the current duration, elapsed duration, I guess. So it's almost as if like this belongs perhaps inside of the router, because this here wants an actual stopwatch to work with so that it can initialize its state. Initial value would be stopwatch dot duration plus minute as a default. Like defaulting to 30 seconds doesn't make sense if your timer's already been running for 5 minutes. Yeah, so then if we go back to our router, if we're going to have a convert or a stopwatch to timer screen with a stopwatch ID, then we can do something like that in the nav. Hey, welcome back, Franz. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. It's been fun loading stuff from the database and whatnot. We're making quick start timers, so you can just have a timer that kind of goes up. Um, and we're working right now on this convert to a regular timer button. And here's our use cases that we were looking at earlier. Um, we were saying that perhaps ooh, that, we were perhaps saying if you started cooking but forgot to start a timer, you have an ideal time in many already in mind already, then you want to probably convert it to a regular timer at some point. I learned a lot of things today. I am so happy. Right on. Yeah, what have you been learning about data saving? Oh, cool. Is this for your game that you've been working on? I learned how to make login and sign up. Oh, cool. Type of expression is ambiguous without more. Oh boy, do I need to? Oh, well, I guess for one, no, this, yeah, this is not compiling, so perhaps um, that's why there's an error. See if we can make this compile. Have a generic content. Yes, for game and general, and this is Eric Satie Nocien. I'm not sure who that is. I do have a Google. Oh, yes, it is. Here's the current playlist. Satie Nocien number one. Wow, nice. My favorite. Just I feel happy when I hear. Oh, right on. Yeah. Let's see, and then we need to do the stopwatch loading. So let's go ahead and I guess that's going to be a query, right? Query of type stopwatch record dot query, and we'll need to define this, but this will be a stopwatch maybe. Import RDP query. Cool. So then let's go ahead and define this. We have a folder for our queries here. Well, like I said before, says Franz, I can't find what I'm looking for about cooldown and buttons. Can you help me? Sure. What are you bumping into? Maybe they should be load, maybe load by ID. I want to add cooldown to my button. Guess I'm not sure what you mean by a cooldown to your button. You want to make it uh, so that you can't tap it too many times? Like you can click every 5 seconds. Oh, so it disables. Are you using SwiftUI, I guess? Oh, cool. Um, so I guess what are the rules then? You click it and and then it's disabled for 5 seconds, and it's enabled again. Yes. Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, that should be fairly straightforward to do. Do you mind dropping a sub or something, or a small tip? I can go ahead and start this up. Disabling button or 5 second button, cooldown button project. Here on the desktop. We need to be complicated basics. Yeah, I guess he'll be around 20-ish lines of code or so. We'll see. Um, so we can make a new file for cooldown button. For SwiftUI. Down is a U. And I guess for starters, it's going to be a button. With an action and a label. So already we need two params we're going to pass in. But we can wait on those for a little bit, make it more configurable later. We can focus first on the activities. Handle tap. So this is just your basic button with nothing really configured yet. We can drop it in and say cooldown button in our preview. We can see right there at me. So we want to keep track of when the previous tap happened. We want to perhaps have a timer to unset the timer to make it enabled or disabled. So we can have an at state to keep track of what our current state is. Down state. We can define this as an enumeration. It's either ready or on cooldown. And I guess the on cooldown needs to say when the last tap happens. We can have a date on it perhaps, and we'll start it off as ready. So then to start, we'll say first we'll change our state on tap. Cooldown state is on cooldown since right now, a new date. And then to disable it, we can say dot disabled is cooldown state equals, I guess if it's not ready, then it's disabled. Requires that cooldown conform to binary integer. Okay, so let's do it a different way. We can do a computed var taps is ready, we can switch on our current state. It's ready, then it's ready. Case on cooldown. And here we don't care when. We can just say return false. Then here we'll say, as long as it's not ready, disable it. And so we can do that real quick to show that we are disabling after a tap. So you can see it turns gray and no longer responds to taps. So we want to undo that, after 5 seconds. We can have a timer. Or timer publisher, rather. Timer.publisher, and we can initialize it with, I guess we can check every 1 second, check every half second, whichever you feel is best. And we want to call auto connect on it. And then we want to receive, I guess every half seconds when we're going to check. You can say on receive of this publisher. I think it gives us the time. Here we'll switch our current cooldown state. If we're currently ready, just return, we don't care. But if we're on cooldown, I guess we'll call that since. I guess this is current time, perhaps. Okay, if since is since plus our, did we say 5 minutes? I guess the cooldown period can be a time interval. We can default it to, I guess, 5 seconds for now. Since plus the cooldown is less than the current time, then we update the cooldown state to ready again. Let's try to demo that. At me, it goes disabled for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It becomes enabled again. Tap it again. Cool, and it becomes enabled again. And then we can configure the what gets passed in to make this actually reusable. It'll have a content and it'll have an action. Say content is a sure. Do you mind dropping a sub or a tip though? I'm excited to help, but for actually writing out an example, it'd be nice to have some kind of acknowledgement, I guess. And then here we will say the content. Yes, sure. Awesome. I just want to say before you close. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to close it yet. And this will be published to the subscriber only GitHub for sure. So you can check it out and make any modifications or whatever. See, so we have the content coming through, and we also want to have an action, which we want to call in the handle tap. I guess handle tap can kind of just, I'm not sure if it's worth it to have a separate function for that. We can just move it into here. Cool, and now we can say a few things in here. I guess we can just say print for now tapped. And the content, we can say, what should the content be? I guess we can have, we can just put the content that's right there. We can put it in a, let's try a, yeah, VStack's fine. Well, we can see here we got the message tapped, and we can't tap it at all while it's gray. Oh, and it came through again because I was so eager. And I guess we also want to make the cooldown test in. We can give it, yeah, I guess it should just be, I mean, it's a simple change either way, but here is makes it fully reusable. Let's get this formatting. Cool. We could set this to 3 or to 10 or whatever. Let's go ahead and add that to the your questions repo. Desktop down. And I guess I need to sign into GitHub, I guess. Oh, I'm signed in already. Perfect. On the button. Question. Oh, and I guess I can bring this onto the main screen here. I can copy in the question. Oops. Didn't mean to hit enter. do, do, do. Really need to make this easier on myself. Oh, and I put it on the wrong need to transfer it to uh, oh my god. GitHub, why are you so GitHub? Okay, now I can remote add origin, and I can git push-u. Whew. Cool. So Twitch subscribers can the code here. We're on Ko-Fi. Yeah, very happy to join the Cue Balls crew. Um, and we are all committed. Oh, we didn't actually commit. Implemented a cooldown button. Yeah, once it's subscriber only, so I need to add your name to the repo after you subscribe. Implemented cooldown timer. Cooldown button. Only every second. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, once you sub on Twitch, I'll and you send me your GitHub name, I'll add you to the repo. Hey, welcome back, Dragon Dust. In August 8th, you will take Prime. Oh, cool. Thanks for the help, by the way. Of course. Hey, Dragon Dust. We just had a simple little viewer question for how to make a timer that only gets clicks every so many seconds. So we implemented that real quick, and we pushed the code to our viewer questions repo. And in the meantime, we are working with our timer app for the exploring the Xcode 14 beta. And we had a little bit of a use cases list. Um, Perhaps we were starting a timer. Oops. Oh, we can cut this out. Starting a timer that we're not building right now. Great. You start a timer cooking and you haven't started a timer yet, so you can start a timer post haste afterwards and uh, sort of stopwatch rather, and then later convert that to a timer. And that's what we're working on right now. Um, let's see, I guess I should get this to a buildable state real quick. Ambiguous, right? This is where this is our routing for uh, iOS 16 in SwiftUI. We wanted to have kind of a guard view around our converting stopwatch to timer form screen. Um, so we have a type of expression is ambiguous without more context. So I think that means this needs to be wrapped with a view builder. Failed to produce diagnostic expression. Maybe not. We have a private func that's a view builder. I'll do this switch in here. And then what is the type of this thing? I think this is a out to screen. screen. And here we would say self dot route to screen and delete all this. Oh, and this needs a return some view. Oh, this is $0. Failed to produce a diagnostic expression. What if I say turn on all of these? Type screen has no. Oh, and these SwiftUI errors, they're always like something so obvious. They just fail to produce a diagnostic expression. Right. Yeah, so we have our enum of screens. And we have our convert stopwatch to timer screen that we're working on. And that route takes a stopwatch record. So now do I say at view builder on here? So now I can remove these returns. Not find stopwatch ID. Right, so this is where we were going to use this screen, but then when we decided, hey, maybe we can do this in the router because there's nothing to route to if it's missing in the database. Oh, build succeeded. It's error. Cool. So now if we go to, we have two, I guess, running timers. Convert to regular timer. Oh, we didn't implement this button yet. So let's go ahead and implement this button to do the navigation. That's on the stopwatch detail screen. Oh, we started making it actually call the database here from the detail screen. We found out while doing that there's more to it than just a simple conversion. We need a little bit more information from the. But yes, we do need to do some routing. So let's get the environment model, get the navigation model out of the environment. I guess we want to show convert to timer stopwatch ID. Maybe something like that. So then we can add this method to our model. And I guess this is getting a little repetitive. We have to add a new enumeration case to the screen and also do this. Add a function here. I feel like we could do a little bit better, especially since all of these just append a screen to the current navigation path. So we'll take that fix. So now I think we can go to that screen, regular timer. Not found. Amazing. Oh, right, because we are not loading it on that on our loading view. It starts as nil, so it always shows not found for now. Um, right, this is where we were. Right when we got the viewer question. Thank you for again for the question, by the way. Um, this is the. I guess it auto generated this. That was a really nice autocomplete. It was very close to what I need. Cool. So then the query we were making was did we make this? Look at our queries folder. Oh, we didn't finish creating it. It's gonna look exactly like this, but it's this loads a timer record with an ID and sets up the publishers to watch changes in the database. And we can do the same thing here for stopwatch record. And of course, it will get a stopwatch record ID and possibly return a stopwatch record, filtering by the ID passed. Guess we can name it query like the other ones. Cool. So now that we have that, we can come back to this loading screen. This should have a different error now. Yes, right here. Here we can say stopwatch record query with the ID that was passed in. So now that it's all compiling, and click on a timer. Here we go. So now we get to the conversion screen, which we uh, adapted from the add timer screen. So a few things to edit here: title and the button. But we already changed the label here for ideal total duration. Cool. So where was that screen? Oh, I guess right here. So here's the ideal total duration that we updated. And where is the navigation title? Convert to timer. I guess that's the navigation title and the label for the button. And what's nice is that uh, because that timer was already going for a while already, it defaults to just a little bit more uh, than what it's currently at. Although I suppose it should kind of round down seconds. Um, because like I guess this one it's at 34:43 right now, and it adds 1 minute to it. It gets a timer right in the middle, and we probably want to default this to like 30 seconds or a minute, I guess, whichever is closer. Um, Instead of exactly like 43 seconds. That would be a little awkward, or at least have a way to easily clear out a column. But let's go forward with actually implementing convert to timer. So I think we have a method on our stopwatch repo. We can grab that out of the environment. Stopwatch repo dot convert to timer, which will be the current ID, and we'll also need to pass in the ideal duration, I guess. And a label, which I guess is called $name on this screen. Cool, so let's add these parameters to the convert to timer method. So it was label was a string, and ideal duration was a duration. Um, and I guess also we need to sort of fast forward it a little bit, right? So if the ideal time was, go back to the simulator, the ideal time was, say, an hour, and we're already 35 minutes in. Um, then then what? Um, oh, I guess we also need to add a timer run as well to show that the timer is running. There's a second part to this, and that's the part that we'll fast forward. And maybe it'll be useful to have the just the full stopwatch record here instead of just the ID, because then we don't have to grab it back out of the database again. Try wait. Cool. So we need to save a timer. We need to create an already running run. Fast forward it a little bit. Let's see, so we can say what's going on? The name is, I guess, what was passed in as the label. I guess I should standardize. We're going to call timers by name or by label. And we have the duration, the ideal duration. So we have let new timer. We'll also need the new run. That is a run record. Timer ID is the new timer.id. We can format this a little bit. Completion, though, is nil since it's currently running. Say the started at was started at from the stopwatch. The intended duration, I guess, is this ideal duration. Yeah, so there's actually no fast forwarding that we need to do by setting the ideal duration. And when we started, we just have an already ongoing timer. Cool, so then we can save these two items. Mark these with try, of course. And then we'll want to, do this delete. I'm going to delete the stopwatch record that we were looking at. Oh, we just called it stopwatch as the local variable here. So let's, I guess we could write a test for it, or we could do just test it live in the simulator. Yeah, and we're already calling dismiss. Perfect. We have this 42-minute timer going. Let's try to convert it. My timer. Let's say the ideal duration was 55 minutes. And yeah, I wish we need to make a better way to zero this out or default it to 0. Convert. It dismisses us all the way back to only to the stopwatch detail, but this one should go all the way back to the root. So deleted it, but I guess we're currently hiding the regular timers. So let's bring those back into where's that? Let's show those again. Yeah, so there's my timer with about 11 minutes left. Ooh, and our timer detail screen is very bare bones. Not helping us with our confidence right now, but that's fine. We can convert this one also. Something that takes 20 minutes, maybe a rice timer. How did that go up to 1 hour? Is this going longer than I thought it was? Yeah, I need I need to show some details on this screen. We can see that the initial version is working. Cool. So what's next? We could write the test for it. We could improve, show like the current better stuff on here. I guess we just wrote the code in here. So I guess writing a test would be nice before we get too far away from this. Go to the tests, db convert to timer tests. So we can import xctest. We can at testable import the app. Then write our test. Final class convert to timer test is an xc test case. Um, stopwatch to timer. So I guess we need to put some stuff into the database. Um, and does this this creates okay. What is this? I guess this is the database queue. So then, how did we do a? I guess we're going to create a stopwatch. Okay, let's type this out. Create stopwatch. Call convert to timer, and then assert a few things. Stopwatch was deleted. So first that the timer and the run created. Cool. So let's see. How did we create this stopwatch earlier? We probably want to reuse that and slash or move it to a place where it's more reusable. That was like the quick start button, I think we called it. Yeah, here it was. Oh, we just we make a new one and save it. Okay, I guess that's pretty reusable, huh? But I guess it needs a reference to the app database, and we did make a wrapper so that we don't need to import GRDB into our views. So I would like to move this over. Was the stopwatch repo. And what would look good here? I await stopwatch repo dot create, I guess. And let's define that method. create. Then I guess we can return from here. Is that true? Add a few extra curly braces. Oh, I think this is what. Yeah, the writer.write, open a write transaction. And then we can return what we just saved. Yeah, so we can return it back after creating it. Seems good. Cool, so that's all hooked up. So then back to our test. We want to, I guess, create a stopwatch repository to fill with a fixture. Or should we just have a fixture already in there? That's been helpful for our other tests. Well, let's start with it here. Setup repo dot does not support concurrency. Interesting. So do we need to wrap this in a task? Hmm. Yeah, I guess so. It is maybe helpful to have synchronous versions of these, because messing with async stuff in a test, not sure that's worth it. I may have to await here. Um, Although maybe it's not so bad. I guess we could look up how to do that. Let's see, XC test, async await. Anything good? Oh wait, can I just say like this is async? I can. Okay. Well, that's yeah, never mind. Makes it super easy if we can just put async here. Um, cool. So we created a stopwatch, and we're going to call. Just want to make a separate repository to make sure there are two different transactions. Um, I guess we can call this the actual repo because this is where we're doing the actual testing. Actual repo does seem like a weird name. Let's just call it repo. Um, oh, which I guess we can inline this, and that'll clarify that setup repo is only for setup. We're not really keeping it around. So we'll say repo dot convert the snooze stopwatch. Have a label of converted. The ideal duration can be maybe 5 minutes. The try await. And I guess what else? I'm thinking we need to like sleep a few seconds or something. Or I guess create could take a start time, which is an instant, and it can default to now, I suppose. Yeah, so we can create it starting 2 minutes ago. And then convert it to a timer, the ideal duration of 5 minutes. And now we want to make some assertions, which I guess means we need to grab stuff out of the database. We can open a read transaction back to this same database, and we want to get kind of what was created out of here, huh? So maybe we don't want to use the picture database, which is going to have a whole bunch of other stuff. Maybe you want to start with an empty database. Um, an empty in-memory database, I guess. Um, going to look the same as the fixture one. We're just not going to include the fixtures. And yeah, I guess we can move this to its own file. Um, this folder's starting to get a little full though. Ah, we can copy paste modify. Now we have two of the same, so we can. Oh, I misspelled this as well. Delete this one. I wonder if these should go in some kind of like setup folder. And I guess the environment values are kind of part of setup as well. Um, and what's in here? Just the fixtures. These should probably be guarded by if debug, but we won't do that right now. I don't want to get too far off course. Already kind of a little off course. Let's see. Try await back here to the test, getting on course. So we said we don't want the fixture database. We want to get an empty database. So then we can, because there should be only one of each. Let's comment this out. I guess we can say timer record dot fetch one or fetch all, I guess. Yeah, fetch all. Then we can assert that only one is created. Yeah. Timers.count is one. Do the same thing for the runs. I think it's time for a new playlist. Needs a try. Oh, thanks, Morty. Cool. So let's see how far we get here. We did a lot. We created a new. Oh, okay. Let's. Oh, right. So we did a bunch of refactoring, but didn't run the test since then. Right. So this is. Fixing the other tests. Then these can be async as well, like we discovered just recently in the other test. Cool. So this now compiles, so we can move this down to here. Yeah, I guess having this repository pattern kind of cleans up our tests a little bit because we say make a new repository pointing at the fixture database. Um, Load something that's a fixture, assert that it's not completed, mark it complete, and load it again and assert that it is complete. Valid declaration of empty. Build succeeded. Okay, so let's try running the tests again. Oh, they all succeeded. I'm not sure I was expecting that. I mean, we saw the code work, so I guess it's not that surprising. I just thought there'd be another failure somewhere, that refactoring, where we didn't update the tests. Cool, so let's do some further asserts. We want to assert that there's no more stopwatches, that it got deleted. I think I can say fetch count. Yeah. Fetch count.count. Yeah, so it's that. Cool, test succeeded. Looking good. And I guess we can just do just a few more comparisons here just to feel really assured that we got it right. Timer stop first name will be converted, and say the Have a duration? Yes. Should be 5 minutes. And then the run, we can do some asserts on this as well. Started at should be, this stopwatch is started at. And what else does a run have on it that we could, oh, I guess the intended duration, a few other things. It at nil, and cool, test pass, wonderful. So we, for this test, we create an empty database, we fill it with a new stopwatch, and we create a new repository to make sure on a different transaction. We call convert to timer and then do asserts on it. I'm kind of curious what happens if we do it in the same repo. Basically move this here. Needed. Oh, I forgot to comment this out. It still passes. So oh, right, because it's only a reference to the writer. Each call creates its own transaction. Yeah, so this is good. So again, from the top, create a empty database queue in memory. We point our repository to it since that's the system under test. Create an empty timer or a fresh timer and call convert to create a new stopwatch. Call convert to timer on it, and then we assert that parameters that passed in come out in the results, and that for the conversion, the original stopwatch gets deleted. We can commit all that. That was a nice big chunk. Wow, we did a lot, huh? Convert running stopwatch to timer. This one little 4 or 5 little words, and it's all this stuff. We did. So let's try it back in the simulator again. We convert this to a two-hour timer, perhaps. Oh, right. The when we finish, we have to dismiss quite a bit further. We don't want to just dismiss. We want to hop to home, I guess. So for that, we need. I'm not trying to dismiss here. We need the environment object of our navigation model. Nav model dot hop to root, or do we want to just like modify the path directly? Not assign values. Well, I guess that's one reason. So do we want to go home or do we want to append the grid screen? I mean, I guess this screen knows where it is. I guess this is guess it's like pop to route and make sure that it's showing the grid screen. I guess right now there's only one root screen, so maybe it's overthinking it to think more about it at this point. So yeah, let's go forward with this. Oh, I need to say thing that it is. I guess it's a bit uh, empty array of screens. How do I just oh, I guess that's how we do it. Yes, let's have another quick start to regular timer. 13 minutes and 4 seconds. Cool, and it's still going. And we're all the way back here at root. After stopwatch timer. Cool. What else? I guess at some point we need to think about what this screen is going to look like. Need more details here. Need more details everywhere, really. Um, I guess we should fill in some of these details. That'll be a nice little way to end out the stream. Oh, and then there's also getting a rounded up time. um, so a few little things there. Let's see, what should the initial time be? Oh, I guess we could do make a duration like this. To be elapsed dot hours dot minutes plus 1, and then I guess 0 seconds. Cool. So if we have this 2 and 3/4 minute timer, we convert it. Yeah, I rounds it up to 3. Cool. A nice little change. Let's see. Yeah, let's get some more details on these screens. I guess there's the timer detail, and then there's this this run detail, and yeah. I guess the stopwatch detail. I guess this is like the theme. Maybe we'll stay with this today of more details on this detail screen. Yeah, so here we want like some sort of live duration view of this stopwatch. Ooh, and actually, this could use the same pattern we used over here, where it takes in a stopwatch instead of an ID and having to pull it out. Yes, this would be stopwatch.e. Does it keep saying this is let me go to a file. Anyway, we can use our stopwatch loading view to load the stopwatch for the detail screen. Are we building? Completed. Cool. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this pattern where the screen itself doesn't have to worry about is this is this entity in the database or not. It really is kind of part of navigation. Like if it's not there, show show something else. Um, it'll probably like never really happen because I mean, with all stuff in the local database, um, yeah, it doesn't crash. It's like we could make this more elegant if we wanted to, but we don't necessarily have to right now. Um, hmm. Yeah, I'll probably use that pattern for these other screens too when we get there. Not there yet. Um, we are on details for stopwatches. This would be stopwatch.current duration, and is showing hours would be stopwatch.duration.as hours. Um, some padding on it. And what are we looking at here? So that's fine, but it's not updating. It's a little small. Um, I guess yeah, I guess it's not updating. Um, we also need to show the started at. Yeah, let's get a bunch of details on the screen and see what it would look like, and then focus on making it live. Yeah, and let's get the. Oh, we don't have any stopwatches as fixtures yet. That's fine. Let's just do this. Uh, that's. Oh man. I guess what we want to do is two things. I'm going to say started at as a label. We make that bold. And we want to format it as a date. So I guess we have this kind of rough description right now. Um, oh, it's converting it to Asian. Okay. We convert it to a date, then we can use all of the built-in date formatting. So I guess I want the difference between um, I guess what do we have in here? We have like the beginning of the epoch. What is this method? Built in with no documentation. Uh, is this a is this seconds from 1970? I guess let's open a playground and kind of explore this a little. In foundation, let's see. So if we have, let's bring our type alias over. We have instant dot now. A really big number. We have a date and then time interval since 1970. Maybe reference date. Let's see. Look like 67165. These don't really line up, huh? Why make an instant? You can decode an instant and get now. What's the duration between now and the epoch? How do I convert this date? Maybe someone else has figured this out on Google. Kotlin. Let's say only the past month. Maybe there is something here. I wonder if these were inspired by each other or something. So I guess this Kotlin version has epoch seconds on, and I don't think this one does. Um, yeah, these don't look this similar at all. I know the reference date is like January 1st of like the year 2000 or 2001 or something. I have no idea what this is based off of. Now seconds, components. Just have nothing on it. I can add plus equals. I can minus. What's on instant protocol? I can advance it by duration. Well, I guess. Oh, so you can advance it by a negative duration based on these things. So let's say this is seconds since 1970. We get 165. Cool. So that came through. It dropped off the last little bit there. This is duration from 1970, I guess. But I guess we can maybe do it from the reference date. That'll be a smaller number. Now we can say advanced by um, I make these negative. Uh, and what is this? Just another big number. Um, what am I trying to do again? I'm trying to convert an instance to a time, to a date. I can format it. Um, it doesn't have to be precise because we're just showing something on the screen. A couple microseconds off is fine. Convert continuous clock dot instant to a date. So that's what we're stuck on right now. I'm getting tired. I can't I can't think through this And send that now. Advanced by, I guess this is growing too. Um, I just want to know how to convert an instant to a date. Um, yeah, maybe we'll wrap that up tomorrow. Um, I have about 5 minutes left on the stream, and I don't, I don't think I'm going to solve this in 5 minutes with how tired I am. Um, Shout out to everyone who stopped by today, everyone who lurked or asked questions. Thanks, Franz, for the question. That'll be posted. Um, Hoping to cut that as a video so you can reference it directly. Um, yeah, anyone has Amazon Prime, remember you can get a free subscription to any Twitch creator for free with that. I stream every day, every weekday rather, from 2 o'clock New York City time, being live coding for my projects. The previous one we pushed to the App Store. This one's in the Xcode Beta, so it's going to be a little bit before we are allowed to post this to the App Store, most likely in September or October at the latest. Um, Thank you so much for joining me. Here's my schedule. Here's my Twitter, and my website has links to my current apps on the App Store, the GitHub, YouTube, and etc. etc. Thank you so much for sharing this time with me. Have a good evening, morning, or night, wherever you are.